Oh my glob.
Mash into Bork, mash into Bork, mash into Bork, mash into Bork, mash into Bork.
Wow! Hello! Hello! Hello, Core. Hello, Shade. Hello, Taryn. Hello, JJ. Taryn, I'll read your joke. My wife text messaged me with one word, Earth. It meant the world to me. My wife texted me peanut butter munch crunch. Huh? Oh, randomize. What? Oh my goodness. Hello, we're in Loftia. Look at it. Look at all the little... Oh, cute. It's so cute. I can pick my outfit. Let's do our face first. I want... dim, 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 dimensions? I can change my body? Whoa, that's crazy. What the... Hold on. Belly. Belly. Big ass head. Yeah, it's a big head. I'm short, so I'm gonna stay short. I'm short, so I'm gonna stay short. No, none of that. Can we have the real question? Yes! They have the small brows. I'm so happy. It's very bright. I feel like I can't, like, oh, there it goes. Okay, that's better. I have to get rid of this mouth. I have to get rid of this mouth. Oh, yes, that's me. That's me to a T. Mischievous. Jaw. Let's do our hair. Oh, that's really cute. Oh, that's super cute. Do they have braids? Do they have braids? Whoa. Whoa, to what? Oh my god, this is pumpkin. This is actually pumpkin. I've seen so much about Pragman in the last few days. Oh yeah. Today's the, well, the beta for this game runs from... No, JJ! I'm not getting paid! This is not a paid... I'm not getting paid. So yes, yes, have my money, JJ. Oh, look at that. I love that there's like saturation and stuff. Can I change the saturation on the eyebrows separately though, is my question. I told Chad I'm gonna put everything on the top shelf so if you don't fix that attitude. She told me to fuck off. Yeah, I would tell you to fuck off too. I don't have facial hair. I really like this hair. This is really cute. Pumpkin, you're here. I can show you your hair now. Look, this is you. Hold on, let me change it. Let me change it. There's you. It's you.
Where are they?
OMG, what?
Oh. I'm never taking your fucking advice again.
Well, maybe you should open your eyes.
Maybe you should open your eyes.
Said the dead guy.
This is you. This hair. Bro, this seat. What do you mean that's me? Yeah, you like it, right? You like the punk hair, the scene hair. Oh, that's cute. It's like a hime. That was me in high school. I told you it's you. I like the hime bangs. That's cute. Let's get off. Let's get off. Why does it look yellow? Or not yellow. Why does it look green? The light's making it look green, but it's actually yellow. I like this. I like this. This is like... I want braids. I want braids. Look at the textured hair though. It looks really good. Like they spent days on Blender to get all this stuff right. Oh, that one's cute. Is that me? No, that's not me. Braid, 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 braid. Let's look through all of them. When you went to the pool and didn't rinse your hair after? What? The green hair. Oh, that's what happened. Yeah. Oh my god, I can be Amish? I could be a little German girl? Okay, Loftia devs, give me my braids. Give them to me. I do like this hair though. But my hair's not that long. This is gonna take days. I'll do this one for now. I wonder if I can change my hair in the mirror. What is this called? This is Curly 5. Control. Hello! I've seen people like super upset about Pragmata the last few days. It's pretty hilarious about why they're angry. Yeah, I don't want to know why they're angry. They're fucking weird. They are weirdos who are angry about nothing. facial hair color. I can't change the color of my brows. They're like linked to the hair. Girl, you need an outfit change desperately. Joshua Boo, hello. Butterfly top. Lesbian. Sweater. The knit sweater's cute. Shoes. Hi Joshua, that's my brother's name. Are you Taryn's brother? No, I wasn't done! Oh no. Oh my goodness. No, I wasn't done yet. Oh well. Am I gonna fall? No, I'm not gonna fall. Look how pretty it is! We're going to Loftia! Whee! Oh my goodness, my cat. Oh, cute! Oh, there's fishing. Imagine if games put a timer on the character creator. Damn it. No! I think I can still change what I look like. Mashi. Hi, Winter. Whoa, now that was an artistic landing. Good job. Good thing I was here to break your fall. My glider's seen better days. Oh, nothing Milo can't solve. Milo? Anyway, welcome to Loftia. You'll love it here. So tell me, why'd you come to Loftia? The people! I totally get Loftians are the best, and we usually have snacks, which is a total plus. And the place you... Messy, chill, messy. I'd be lying if I said we didn't have a little bit of that in common. Well, you're in Loftia now. Well, everyone is welcome here, no matter where they come from. Guess who's in charge of making you feel at home? You? Me! Get ready for the ultimate DIY life. Creating and self-expression are the heart of Loftia. Well, a big part of the heart, at least. Go talk to the... I forgot. Oh my gosh. Actually, this feels so much better than Animal Anook did. Thanks for linking your email. You're welcome. Yeah, this definitely... Customization. Okay, let me come back. The camera turning, it feels great. I love it. Season Pass. As Loftia continues to grow, we're so grateful to be building the world alongside everyone in our community. Behind the floating islands is a passionate team of artists, engineers, designers, and helpers who deeply care about making Loftia a place people can truly call home. So we can earn these points. How do we earn the points? So like, this game is gonna be, I think, paid for, but they will have like season passes you can purchase for cosmetics. People. 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 Look at them. Look at them. There's so many people. So cute. Where's Milo? Do I have an M? M for map? M for map. Oh, we're looking for Milo. Okay. Looking for Milo. It looks so cute so far. Oh my goodness. Milo. You're Milo. Hi, Milo. Oh, you're the engineer. Can't believe that wrench is missing again. Oh, hey. Oh, hey. Hi. Didn't see you there. You're Mashi, right? Pebble mentioned you. He seems enthusiastic. Yeah, that's Pebble. If enthusiasm were fuel, he could power Loftia City. Okay, we're in Loftia City right now. I'm Milo. Milo. I mostly build stuff, fix stuff, and turn old junk into stuff. Welcome to my scrapyard. So Pebble said you might need a hand getting settled, right? Well, count me in. Kinda caught me in the middle of junk duty. Look, how about a hand with all this scrap? I'll prepare a very important thing for you in the meantime. A very important thing? Oh, I have to salvage screws and plastic. Take your time. Junk's not going anywhere. Oh, it gives me a little marker. That's really nice. Oh. Give. I don't have a hammer yet. We're cleaning up the litter. We're getting the scraps and the screws, and the plastic. Clean up the environment. I can't break that yet. Oh my god, look at all the people. This game runs very well for this many people. Holy heck. It's running like great. They did a good job with the optimization. I just want to figure out how to... Oh, this is how. Okay. Oh, we could put things in our eyes. Little eye color. Shine size. There's no flowers though, Sag. Ooh, I like the crescents. I would also like to see heterochromia. Heterochromia would be a cute addition. Nose shape. That's kind of my nose. My nose is kind of pointed. It points up. It's like a slide. Finally, a smart person in a world of sillies. Mashimaru, answer my question. Who would win in a fight? 3 hornets that weigh 50 kilograms or 100 golden retrievers that weigh 3 kilograms each? Maybe the hornets? I don't know. How big can my nose be? Hair. Bald. I'll do this one for now. Anime blush. That one's cute. Facial hair. My hair's more yellow, isn't it? I need to make my hair more yellow. Well, originally, Mashi's hair, she wasn't gonna be so yellow. It wasn't gonna be... Oh, freckles. Of course, I can't forget my frickin' freckles. freckles tone. How could I forget my freckles? See, I didn't even like go through all the options yet. Oh, e, tee, tee. Okay, I like this one. Devs, please give me puppy ears. I'm not playing. This is called Loftia. It's a new game and it's in the closed beta. Nah, my gang would lose. Oh my god, there's a little sprout. I need that. I need that. I like the sweater. Maybe my sweater can be green though. Like a... And then my skirt can be brown. No, that's not my skirt. Dang it. I see. I can't wait to see you playing it and sharing good memories and even memes about the game while I, a Chad, will not play it. Yeah, you're just a Chad. You're just a chud. What, a Chad? No, a chud. I'm just kidding. There's glasses! This is Rin! This is Rinfinite. This is Rinfinite's game. There's glasses. This is my glasses in real life, except I have flowers on my glasses, like a flower pattern. Should I give her glasses? Nah. And the world of Loftia I can see. I'm not blind. Oh, these are cute. It'd be nice if we can if we could save our color so we can like paste it on other clothing. That would be nice. Brown. Look at me, I'm so cute. Pupil size. Heterochromia, please. Heterochromia, and then this would be perfect. My eyes are... wonderful. I think I'm good. It's me! It's me! It's me! Hi everyone, hi everyone! I'm so fucking fast. I'm so fast. Okay, let's go collect more garbage. More garbage, please. I'm helping the environment. Oh, she has mom's glasses, so cute. Or would Rin be a husband? No, I'm the husband. I'm the husband. No, we're wives. We're both, no one's the husband. We're wives. Milo, I found your stuff. It was soothing. Loftia attracts a lot of junk from before the uplift. Part of what I do is break it down and salvage the usable parts. Knowing where to find these resources is going to be your #1 hack for living your new DIY life to the fullest. My own island. I get my own island. Thank you, Mashi. Your knowledge of Yuri is outstanding. You may even become a professor and teach people about Yuri. Yes. I am knowledgeable on all things Yuri. All things Yuri. When do I get a hammer? Go tell Milo the news. Oh, more. Give me all the clay. How do I get up here? I don't know. Can we get up there? Can we get up there? I don't think so. Mashi, promise me you guys will not forget about this game in a week. Like I, who forgot about my Tamagotchi. It kept reviving and dying for 4 days until the game ran out of battery. How could you do that to your Tamagotchi? Nah. Uh-oh. It's normal. There's shaking. The shaking is normal. Look at my little strut. Not strut. My little... Pebble. Educational. Lofty has the giggles, huh? Don't let it worry you, okay? Everything's fine. Perfectly fine. Is everything okay? Are we gonna die? Is Lofty gonna fall out of the sky? Hop on the air balloon. Whee! That's not me. That's not me. I don't have brown hair. I have blonde hair. Who is that? Alright, my time has come. Have a good first impression. Thank you, Bormon. Is this my house? Pebble. Is this my house? Here's home sweet home. Might find some junk around your place. Things are a little bumpy right now. But hey, that's a problem for the future us. Pebble. For the future us. Bubbles. Oh, so we have like a section. Pebble. Oh, well, let's go place our bed, I suppose. Milk! Where's me? Mashi. I'm Mashi. Let's go place our bed down. What's this? I feel like this... I feel like this should go outside. Toggle info. F. Tell Pebble you're settled in. I placed my bed, Pebble. That's all I need to survive is a bed. Let's put this down. I'm kind of sad I can't use my scroll wheel to rotate. Oh! I can craft this. Okay, we have to talk to Pebble. Now that you're settled in, how about we do something about all this debris? Okay. A hammer! Hit it with a hammer! It's really good for salvaging old stuff like machines and boxes and bigger machines. Okay. Yeah, I have battery now! I can craft my hammer. Your project station lets you craft a variety of useful items. Select a recipe and check which materials it requires. If you have all the right materials, press craft to make it. Craft! My goal is to clean up the island. Yeah! Get out of here! You don't belong here. Mushrooms! Kimberly, hello! Oh, I need a different tool for that. My hammer needs to be leveled up for that. Kimberly, how are you? Proficiency up! Hell yeah. Now I can... Wait. Proficiency up? Get all this. I'm good. I'm enjoying Loftia so far. It's very cute. I am excited to get a shovel. Pebble, I did it. Nice work. Look at all the treasure you got. So, house, check. Hammer, double check. It looks like we're getting close to carrot time. I can feel it in my fur. Carrot time? What the? Hazel! Oh, hey, Pebbles. I turned my back for 5 minutes, and you're already daydreaming about carrots, huh? Hee, what can I say? My brain is just hardwired for the crunch. I'm gonna voice him as I would Danny DeVito. I'm the trash man! Well, you're one lucky rodent. I actually dropped by to see if Mashi wanted some gardening lessons. And since we've got to start from the ground up, I guess it really is carrot time. I knew it! You're in good hands, Mashi. Hazel will take it from here. Beautiful. It's always so lovely to see a new face around here. I'm Hazel. I look after the seed shop and help new Loftians learn how to grow food. Yeah, I have 10 green thumbs. Tending to your own garden is so simple once you get the hang of it. First, you'll need some basic equipment, a garden bed, and a watering can. Carrot seeds, Pebble mentioned. Carrot seeds. I suppose we should. Oh, we have lamp. I love lamp. We need to craft the gardening bed. Use the solar panels to charge your battery. Mashley! Sunny! Craft a garden bed and it's empty. How do I refill it? Press R to switch between your hammer and seeds. I need metal scraps. I cannot. Plastic. I cannot. How's the game so far? It's good. It runs very nice. I like it. And the customization is cute. It's good. I wish they had heterochromia and dog ears though. Maybe I can get the devs to add puppy ear cosmetic. No heterophobia? No, no heterophobia. I need to go to over here, I think. Metal scraps, screws. Does this stuff respawn? Like, how long does it take to respawn, I wonder? Okay, and they... Whee. Welcome home. Welcome home. It's pretty... That's pretty homophobic of them. It's, easy to navigate, which I like. And there is a map that, like, you know, I can open if I get lost. I didn't read that. Explore the area and look for a new story while you grow your crops. Having you here means that all our hard work was worth it. Welcome to Loftia and have fun. And it's signed by Tatty. They work hard so I can slack. Note comes with 2 gifts. We got a mushroom hat. We got a mushroom hat. Oh, and a sprout. Oh my god, look at us. Oh. Mushroom hat, mushroom hat, mushroom hat, mushroom hat, mushroom hat, mushroom hat. Linda and Estella will get you all set for tailoring and decorating. And as reigning Pebblethon champion, I would tell you, showing the world your true colors is the ultimate way to make friends. Let's go find some people. All stories you are following can be seen in your story log. Your story log can be accessed through the menu hub by pressing escape. You can pin stories on your log and have them show up on your task tracker. Oh, she's cute. Oh, they're cute. Oh, there's an exclamation. Estella! Well, Mushy, I knew our paths would cross again. Do we know each other? Oh, I always forget most people don't remember their past lives. I'm Estella, your guiding star for a breathtaking home. Trust me, if you want a full life in Loftia, a place to call your own is a must. Speaking of which, oh, Carino. How have you survived in Loftia like this? I ask myself the same thing. Your aura, it's so empty, just like your home. It would be deeply unethical to let you go on living this way. So sleeves up, Corazon. We're installing a carpentry station in your home. Oh, this beauty is a gateway to furniture with a soul. Home decor crisis. Oh, it's Mumsy. They won my giveaway. Look at them. I hope they're having fun. Scrap wood. A new face. It's always such a joy to see fresh looks around here. Mashi, right? I'm Linda. I take care of the outfit shop, and it's so lovely to finally meet you. Together, we'll make sure your style speaks for you. Tell me, Mashi, have you ever wanted an outfit that speaks for you? It's a special kind of strength wearing something you've made yourself, you know. But first, you'll need a place to craft. Let's start by building your tailoring station. Such a charming little invention. It has every tool you need to bring your lovely clothes to life. Pencils, scissors, and patterns. Here, take some cotton fabric just for practice. Blueprints screen is a great place to check which materials are needed for a recipe. You can also pin blueprints. Metal plates. The dome. Oh, I'm stuck. Oh, I'm stuck. Okay, I'm not stuck. Oh, so that's how I refill my water. Okay. J. My mouth is kind of messed up. I don't have a I don't have a mouth. What's wrong with my mouth? Oh, there it is. Okay. That was scary. My mouth went away. Ah, you nailed it. They totally loved you. Phew. News travels fast. Gossip is basically my main energy source. I don't know about you, Pebble. Anyway, I'm just so ready to see all the pretty thingies you'll make. Go on, Mashi. Unleash those creative sparkles. I'll be back at the city for whenever you want a quick tour. Collection screen shows you everything you've collected so far. Oh, it tells you where to get stuff? That's nice. Oh, it needs to be watered again. Are they done? How do I build a tailoring station? Okay. Build a tailoring station. Where is... Oh, cooking station. Carpentry. Project. Tailoring. Tailoring station. Yippee! Academic top, academic short, Mary Jane's. I don't know how to get plant fiber. I'm guessing I have to build this. Excuse me. She has no mouth and she must scream. I made guacamole. I'm kind of hungry. Core, thank you for the head pat. What are they doing? Oh, 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 oh. Oh. I'm sorry, I interrupted their game. I hope they're not mad at me. I need screws. Ooh. Wires. We need metal plates. Oh, I haven't been over here yet. This ship is my not-so-little buddy called Humphrey, who helps us find new islands to explore. This big zeppelin is in the shape of a whale, which Cassim says were massive animals that lived in the water like fish, but also breathed air. Atlas found an old book about a whale called Humphrey that sometimes got lost while swimming out in the ocean. Occasionally, Humphrey drifts slightly off course, so I thought the name suited him. Writer. Oh, I got a solar punk out like hood thing. Tail of a whale. Okay. I'm I'm looking for... metal plates. By donating cooked dishes to the global village, players help keep Loftia fed and with the tastiest and inspired with the tastiest recipes. The global village is running well, and the hearty meal food stall is open. As a result, Jun has one extra selection of recipes to sell in his shop. Okay. Cotton seeds for tailoring. Cotton seeds for tailoring. How do I... Let's talk to Pebble. Show me stuff. Show me things. There's a tailor, yes. Estelle's furniture shop is the place to go to turn your home into a masterpiece. If you help her out with her creative demands, she'll teach you a thing or two about carpentry. Ooh, Linda's fashion shop. Well, make sure you're always rocking a glamorous look, or a cute one, or a menacing one. Up to you. Stick around her and you'll totally master the art of tailoring one day. Oh, there's a seed shop, Hazel's seed shop. Need to make quick do by planting carrots or tomatoes? Maybe you need cotton for your tailoring? You'll find it all there, if Hazel's at her post, of course. Yeah, okay. Refill watering can at the rain. Over there we have, on the other side of the dome is the permits office. Amani runs the place. She'll make sure your land stays in tip-top shape. Okay. Global Village is where Kun and Jun make sure everyone in Lofty is well fed with the tastiest stuff. Last but not least, the air tram station is your shop for visiting the other districts. It's run by Cliff, our safety and travel specialist. This is a park, but sure, you can call it the Pebble Park. If you insist, it's where I do my workouts. Your workouts! Thanks, Pebble. They got printed in my retinas. Now I'll resume my duties at the park. Meet you there anytime. Hi. Hi. Let's go find... How do I get a fishing pole? Should we go buy seeds? Maybe we go buy seeds. Which way am I going? Okay. Where is Hazel? Oh, is Hazel still back on my island? Should probably go talk to her. And maybe my carrots are ready to be harvested. Hazel. Watering can, growing crops. I've got it. What is... Need a hand, Peanut? I'm happy to help. Oh, she calls you Peanut. That's freaking adorable. That's so cute! Give me my carrots. You did it, Peanut. The plants seem to really like you. Nice hat, Mashi. Thanks, the mushroom. Put it in this shipping bin. You can't turn your island into a big field of vegetables right away. You must prove you're using the land well, which is exactly what you just did. Amani handles building permits on Loftia's sustainable growth path. Go visit her. Okay. Talk to Amani. Craft any clothing. Plant fiber. I need plant fiber. Scrap wood and clay. Okay. We should go, like, gather a bunch of stuff. I'm Amani. I oversee the permits office and world projects here in Loftia. It's all about balance, growing enough to thrive, but not so much that we destabilize everything we rely on. Stick around, learn the systems, and I think you'll do just fine here. Hazel mentioned your latest shipment of crops. Excellent work, Mashi. Thanks, Core, for that bat. You're doing more than farming. You're securing Loftia's future. Given recent events, we must remain more vigilant than ever. Recent events? Wait, Pebble didn't tell you about the earthquake? About the earthquakes? I see. Listen, the tremors have been moderate so far. Stable too. There's no need to panic. We're still figuring out the cause, but history has shown that letting things grow without limits only increases the stress on the land. Oh. We're taking things one step at a time. We must ensure your island is stable before expanding further. That's why we established this sustainable growth path. I can see you've put both heart and hard work into your land. Let's keep it going. Building permit. I can also tell you important information about the items you've discovered, such as where to find certain resources. The number of things you can place on your island is limited by permits. These permits help preserve the delicate balance of Loftia. Purchasing new permits from money will let you gradually expand your farm, storage, and stations and more. Okay. Improve your building permits. Permit. Upgrade. Permits. Energy station. Amazing work. You're officially part of Loftia's sustainable growth path now. Wait, did you feel that? Huh? Huh? Oh, okay. That's new. Yes, that tremor was significantly stronger than the last few. Oh my, I should check on Herb in the gardens. Hazel, hold on. An earthquake shouldn't be felt all the way on the other islands, right? Hazel has a point. The air must have been increasingly unpredictable lately. Something is definitely off. It's true, even the plants and fish have been acting up. It feels like we're dealing with a whole new level of instability. I better go check on my scraps in the gridfall right away. No need to panic, folks. We're activating the protocol. Cliff here will take care of safe travels and checking if all districts are fine. Mashi, we're gonna need help. All the help we can muster. You in? How can I help? You'll have to get to the Hanging Gardens and the Gridfall. Cliff will show you the way. Do is the main currency used in shops across Loftia. It's used for buying seeds, blueprints, and upgrading permits, and more. Shipping crops and dishes is the way to earn due in Loftia. Be sure to stop by Hazel's. Eating my greens. What should I do? Skills and permits. Level up your skills. Okay, makes sense. Okay, level up my skills. Progression. Double hammer. Carry 10 plus limit. Carry. Harvesting with the hammer has a 20% chance of doubling the materials gathered. Carry limit. Wooden fiber. Zero waste craft. We're funding 40% chance of refunding one material. Oh. Repairing, research, fishing. Community. Crops stay watered. Cliff. I handle district travel and safety. Basically, I keep Lofty moving and alive. Ideally, in that order. Alright, we'll need to be extra cautious. Traveling can be highly unpredictable in these unstable times. If you can't really help the community, you can't really help the community if you're upside down in a ditch. Trust me on that. Check your safety device. What safety device? I'm going to assume that was a joke. Listen, you'll need a fully functional glider that passes inspection. Where do I find one? You'll have to craft one from scratch. That means leveling up your crafting to be able to create new materials. Milo can help. He enjoys projects. You should go talk to him. Come back when you stop being a liability. Damn! Talk to Milo. Vibes are a little wonky right now, I'm not gonna lie. But hey, Loftia always bounces back. I keep thinking about my crew over in Gridfall. But my sister's probably got everything under control. She always does. So she also told me to stay out of her way for a bit. So yeah, what brings you by? Cliff sent me. Oh, my ultimate broke Cliff. Figured I could help you out. Sounds about right. Gonna need a glider, a refining station. Okay. Misplace the station blueprint. Okay. Wood. Okay. Oops. 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 How do I wave?
God, I love reading about stupid drama in ancient Greece. Like, there was an athlete named Theagenes who was so good at every kind of athletic contest that when he died, one of his opponents would go to beat the shit out of a statue at him, out of spite. But then one day the statue fell on the guy and killed him. So the Greeks took the statue to court for murder, convicted it, and threw it into the sea. The plague then struck, and when people consulted the oracle at Delphi, she was like, oh, you've pissed off Theagenes. So they had to go dig the statue back up out of the fucking water.
I can't jump. Clay. Wild berries. I saw that the other day. It had me laughing for like an hour. Did it really? You tried to hammer it. Oh. I have seeds. I have seeds I can plant. What's that? The water. Like the dev said, this is not like a final product. The waterfall looks great. The water could be a little better. I need more. Oh, wait, I have everything. I would like to get more fiber. No, I fell. What the heck? Berries. So fiber is like around grassy areas. Okay. Well, it's raining. Does this mean I need 2 people? Let's make our glider before we craft clothing. Three minutes. Oh. Oh, it's because they left. Oh my god. Water looks like blue paint. Yes, it does. Oh, I can't put it right there. Why two lamp? Why two lamp? Carpentry station. Okay. Carpentry station. Oh, rain collector. That would be useful. That would be also useful. Mushroom leather. Carpentry. Report to Milo. New building permit. And that person has wings. They're so cute. Hi, Norman. Cute. I got everything for the blueprint for the machine. Okay, refining station. Okay, I got the refining station. Refining station. We need croissant. Croissant. Ah, this is where I get scrap wood. Double hammer. I appreciate that I can hold down my mouse button. I don't have to keep clicking. Do you hear that, chat? If you're playing the game, you do not have to hold down your mouse. You do not have to keep clicking. Oh, I can just pick these up. You don't have to keep clicking when you're harvesting. You can just hold down your mouse button. Dang it. Once I get to the Hanging Gardens, I can give away another beta key if you guys want to try Loftia. Hype, hype, hype. Let me go sell my lettuce. Let us sell lettuce. Where do I put this? I could put it right here. There. That's what I need. Metal plate or metal. What do I need? I need. Oh, you see that house over there? It's floating. Whoa. And you can pull from chests. That's amazing. Oh my god. These people know what they're doing. They freaking know what they're doing. That needs to charge more. Cox. Hi, Cox. We want to... Hi! What's that? What is that a watermelon? Oh, 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 oh. Oh, oh, oh. This is so silly. I like how I like speak out loud like they can hear me. I was just like, "Hi, what you got there?" Aww. How do I... Bye-bye! What else can I craft? Let's go forage for more things. What's Gigi doing? Gigi is probably, oh, he's sunbathing. He's a loafing sunbather. he's he's loafing in the sun. Does Gigi want to hang out this weekend? No. His mom said he has to stay home. Rude. I keep getting the same spam call every single day, and it's pissing me off. Oh, the rain is really coming down. Holy. I hit the max amount of scrap wood. Now let's go over here and get Pebble. 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 Ah, I can't. Oh my god. I could not talk to Pebble. Pebble's on. How do I change? Bonking, you ready? Bonking. I'll pretend you haven't heard of it. Just for friendly bonking. What do I have to do? Don't drop the ball. Yeah, don't drop the ball. Don't drop the ball. How do I make my ball glow goldish? Oh, 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 oh. Oh, it's glowing. Oh, shit. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, they're dead. Whoa, wait. Ganache. Water. I actually need to go get more water. Well, I have water, but it's old water from this morning. Oh, oh, I didn't see where it went. Piggy beanie. Nanners. That used to be my old username. Nanners. Ooh, cute. She, hi. Wow, it's so exciting to finally meet you. I can't wait to tell you more about the world maintenance. I recognize a global village contributor when I see one. But no rush at all. You should settle in first, okay? Where is the fishing person? That cloud looks like Pebble. What cloud? We need all the silence in this. It's so silent right now. Here we are. Metal scraps. We need all this stuff. The increased elevation of Loftia means that solar power is more efficient for us than it ever was for the communities of old Earth. We benefit from cooler operating temperatures and less atmospheric interference, which means that more energy is absorbed by our panels. We decided that we should also adapt the design to be used by consumers as a personal power source on Loftian islands. The batteries for both our solar farms and personal designs use recycled materials such as copper, silicone, and glass, and discarded TV and computer units in their construction. fire. Give me mushrooms. Let's go home. We've got a few materials we can use. I might have to get up and eat something. I haven't ate since noon. Oopsie! Stash everything. Oh, this only holds 20. Can I upgrade that? Crafting. Wind power stations generate torrent. Oh. We need. I should craft a battery so I can hold more energy. We need a plank. Oh, we can't. We need... Oh, metal plate. Maybe I should make 2 metal plates. Metal scraps. Ah! We need metal scraps. Luckily, we have our guide to tell us where we can get the most scraps. Metal scraps. Found in scrap quarter. Scrap quarter. Is there like a... I need more. Your daily do-good. Talk to Project Bot. Four more days to go at today's contribution rate. What do I give? How do I give? Break washing machine. Oh, screws. What the? Try to water the washing machine. Where am I? We need lots of metal. Lots of metal scraps. Ooh. I'm trying to like max out the amount of metal scraps I can carry. How many things can I put on the map? One so far. Oh my gosh. Okay. Escape. Progression. I can... Let's do crafting. Nice. Hello, Zilla. Hello, hello. Whee! Where am I going? I need to go home. I don't know how long stuff takes to respawn. I could sit here and wait and count, but I want to play the game. Capybara. Wow, it's so rainy. That's so nice. I should probably get more seeds. 2 metal plates. Did I craft Mary Jane's? Customization. Shoes. Mary Jane's. Adventure shoes. I can change the color to like brown. Cute. We want straw. Straw and then rubber. Rain collector. Look at my ball. Look at my ball. It's golden. It's golden because I got over 20 bounces with it. Fucking slay. I know, right? Need energy. Sharky! Process rubber. Donate to a world project. Boop boop doop 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 boop boop doop doop. Earth Day. Happy Earth Day. I know this pretty brave girl, always think about her, and when she says hi to me, butterfly go right through me when I see her dancing. Wanna take a dancing, getting a little closer, and maybe get to know her. I can dance and walk. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yes, it is. Shark. Actually, tell Milo it's done. Milo, it's done! Need that. Is that the name of the band that sings that song? I didn't know that. I just know the song. Dance walking was the primary selling feature of Arch Age. Arctic, hi! How was your stream? I didn't know you had a model. Did you commission that? He had no idea, so here it is. He had no message. He had no message. He had no message. He asked me to be here. Why wouldn't you want to be here with me? I thought you were already here. I thought you were already here lurking in the shadows watching me. He begged me to play Valorant. I was. He begged me to play. I asked once. He literally begged me. I asked once. Did you fail to mention the part where you got down on your knees and began to beg? Literally barking. No, he was yowling. He was howling like a beagle. Play Valorant with me! Like a beagle. Yes. Got cotton and cotton seed. Money. Talk to Linda again. And sneeze. Creative blog. Maybe I can help. Okay, I'm gonna go teleport to start. I'm gonna go AFK. No. I will be right back. I'm gonna go make some food. Hello. You want to get some ASMR up in here? Sorry, was that loud? Was that a little loud? Pissing ASMR, yes. Thank you, Shade. I've got a ginger ale. Tell Milo it's done. That's so ominous. Tell Milo it's done. The deed is done. Got a real knack for this. No worries. I was thinking maybe I could actually... Visionary, hi! Hello, everyone! What were you doing? What were you playing? Hello, I'm Mashi. Nice to see you. Pico Park. Oh, I played some of Pico Park 1. Did we beat it? I don't remember if I beat it or not. Fortnite. Right now we're playing Loftia. It's in beta right now. It's closed beta.
Oh, it's that guy too. No way.
So it's like not a completely finished product.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm watching the clip and trying to talk at the same time. Thank you for the shout out. I never played Pico Park. Oh no! Did you have fun? That's an old clip. Is it? Get him. Are you gonna get that battle? Are you gonna get that victory royale? Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. Viz got kidnapped into doing Pico. Well, I hope you had fun. It is a very silly game. I laughed a lot when I played it. This is Loftia. I will be giving away a key once I am to a certain part in the game. So if you want to get a key, feel free to stick around. If not, we were our own worst enemies. Yeah, I'm gonna... Oh my gosh, sorry, I had a ginger ale. I keep burping. I am so gonna die tomorrow at work. Why? Did you stay up too late? You should go to sleep. Get some rest. Yes. He really is the best friend. Thank him for me. He's probably waiting for you by the dome, ready to help you craft that glider. Adventure shirt. I have to wake up in 3 hours and 12-hour shift. Oh my, you're crazy. I could barely function off of like 5 hours. Yeah, get the heck out of here. Go get some sleep. How do I get up there? Oh, I wonder if I need my glider. Rest now. Oh wait, it was 3 hours. Didn't even know, didn't even know. Good night. Sleep tight. Good luck on your shift tomorrow. Get an energy drink or something. Inspire Linda. Oh, it's full. Okay. Whee. Croissant. Cliff. You're back, which means you've got a refining station to make materials for your new glider. Guess Milo came through. Honestly, these islands would probably fall apart without that guy. Let's keep that between us, though. Anyway, now it's time to craft you a safety-compliant glider. Here's the blueprint. You'll notice it's a bit more complicated than usual. Okay. Good night. Where? Rubber and straw. Craft glider. We need 2 rubber. I need energy. Unless I just don't have enough rubber. Oh man. I need to get more fiber and rubber. Fiber and rubber. Oh, were my plants done? I didn't even see. I didn't even check. This is not where I can get rubber. That's the cafe area. This is where I need to go to get rubber. Rubber. Boop-a-doop-a-doop-a. Boop-boop-boop-boop-boop. Okay. Thank goodness for no stamina system. Plant fiber. No. Catch Ultra Ball. Oops. I'm at the max amount of screws. Where is the area with the fiber? Oh, I think it's this waterfall area, actually. Is it? Is it? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. I can get fiber and clay here. You can make my tool soon. I'm at the max amount of clay. I don't need that. I think that should be enough fiber for now. I hope so. Hazel. Watermelon. 1 hour. I wish it would tell me how much they sell for. I think carrots seem to do a good number. Cooking contest? Yes, chef! Tomatoes! I got tomatoes! I'm gonna sell them. Ooh, tomatoes are worth a good amount. I want to plant my watermelon. What the heck? That is not what I wanted. She's locked in. She's locked. I'm not locked in. I see you. I see you. I'm paying attention. Hi, Nya. We need 2 straw. Ball. I might be a little lost in the sauce with this game. I want to decorate my house more, but I want my glider. What the hell? Where did it go? Didn't even see. Tiny fruits for a tiny hunger. That's cute. Tiny fruits for a tiny hunger. Highly breathable and absorbent, perfect to make comfiest clothes. Easily harvestable and easily dehydrated to make straw. Okay, we got our straw and now we need our rubber. Quest tracker. Introductions. Dang. I wonder if eventually I'll be able to craft my hammer into like a level 2 hammer. All I need. Glider. Dang, I'm gonna have to wait to craft my pruner. Okay, I got my glider. Now what? Whee! It's just like you use it in any game. You double click the space bar. Oh gosh. Oh no! The floor's all cracked. Oh my, a crack. Well, new design choice. Careful there, little fella. Let's not test how deep that goes. The crack is here a safety hazard. We need to fix it immediately. I'll head out to gather resources and round up some help. Bad. Lost touch with good fall. Oh no! At least everyone in the hanging gardens is fine. It's just the crops are a total mess. There's no questioning it anymore. This instability is hitting everywhere. They waved. Where is it on the opposite side? Please step onto the air tram. Hanging Gardens. Yay, let's go! Ooh, pretty. I bought Star Island finally. Star Sand Island was meant to get it a while ago but kept getting distracted. You got a Star Sand Island? How do you like it? Have you started it yet? I can invite someone to the beta! If anyone in the chat is interested in the beta, I have a key. I bet my old rake, you'll love it here. It's our own green paradise, well, at least it would be if those recent quakes hadn't gone and shaken the soil under our boots. I haven't tried it yet, but it looked good enough when I was watching you. Yeah, it's fun. I just, it's a little buggy, and I'm not a huge fan of early access games. Especially when they're from like a mega billionaire developer. It just like, why can't you finish a game? You have the funds to finish it, but you're not. So like, I was kind of put off of Star Sand Island. Because of all the bugs and, yeah, money. It's more greedy. But what I did play of Star Sand Island, I enjoyed. It was there were a lot of good features to it. I have no pocket space. Dewdrop. They have a little sprout by their name.
We've got to have money.
We've got to have money. Oh, I went the wrong way. Do you know what? It's fine. Central Lake of the Hanging Gardens is the heart and gills of the whole district. Every ripple, reed, and wriggling thing in there is part of a delicate, dazzling ecosystem, and I am absolutely hooked on keeping it that way. You'll spot contribution bins I've installed around the shore. Tossing in resources helps us protect water quality, rescue local species, and keep biodiversity swimming along nicely. Every little bit helps. Many fins make light work. One small warning though, try not to fall in. The water is, let's say, biologically enthusiastic. Huh? Huh. Ooh. Flower. Flower. Algae. Look for damaged areas. Jute. Jute. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. That you didn't catch the Pokemon you wanted to catch? That's fucked up. Ran away. Damn. What an asshole. You know what else is fucked up? My mom. Ooh, well. Oh, it's not a well, it's a fire pit. Damn, Mashi. What? %, by the way. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Same, my mom. Green clover. You know what's really fucked up? My mom. Yeah. But then you were all like 80%, by the way. That was for the for the Pokeball. Oh hell yeah! I'm gonna learn fishing. Algae. Algae. Why can't I donate anything? On the island. Even on old Earth, we've relied on wind power for generations. Old millers understood it. When fuel ran low and supply lines broke, the wind kept turning. Hazel does too, using it to grind grain so we can keep baking bread no matter what. The wind doesn't follow schedules, but it is predictable if you plan for it. Build where it flows. Maintain your systems and be patient. These structures may look simple, but they do a critical job, keeping the community fed without burning resources we can't replace. Reliable, sustainable, we're taken care of. The wind can teach us these precious lessons. Nifty! Leveled up community. Oh my god, I have freaking chills. Hi, Peas, it's good. Game is kind of quiet. The music stops kind of abruptly, I feel like. There it goes. It runs really well. Easy to navigate. If you want to find something specific, you can just look in your collection log. I like that. A box of snacks from Arlo. Hello, Arlo. Hello there. Welcome to the community farm. I'm Arlo. If it grows in the soil or reaches for the sun, I'm your guy. Herb sent you, right? The old man doesn't miss a beat. Ha! This is where we grow food for all of Loftia. You'll be getting your hands dirty soon enough. For now, we have bigger priorities. 1 pack of healthy snacks coming right up. Cassim's crew must be starving. They've been working non-stop to recalibrate the ecosystem since the quakes. Is there an unstuck button? Oh, that person just fell. It's fine, I'll just go. What's this? It's a mushroom. What's up, Gigi? What's up, buddy? What's that? Fall. Yay, Cassim! Teach me fishing! I brought you food. I go... We don't have... Oh, this is how I go back home. My neighborhood. Let's go to my neighborhood. Oh, what are you? I am H0US3, your dutiful assistant for all decor-related matters. My shop carries a multitude of items to decorate your house and island with bzz. I can also assist you in giving your house and island a new look with said terms. Bzz. House. Oh, it is house. Please keep in mind I am still in my beta version, bzz, so my options may be limited. Customization. Oh, keep it pink. Keep it pink. Small gothic Okay. Okay. Okay, game. Are my crops ready? Are my crops ready? They better be ready. I need to plant. Can I craft my... You'll have access to a few customization options from the start, but you can always get more from House's shop. Use stations. Some stations can be upgraded with the right blueprints and materials. Upgrading a station unlocks new recipes to be crafted. To upgrade a... Hold on. Upgrade a station. Upgrade available. Can I... Mushroom leather sounds disgusting. I got portobello mushroom. Portobello mushroom. Portobello mushroom. Portobello mushroom, please. Hell yeah. Hello? Honeyed Havoc, hi! This game looks like Super Battle Golf? What do you mean? It's so much cuter than Super Battle Golf. Look at my house. Phasmophobia? What the heck? Chat, Pumpkin's playing Phasmophobia. You just say that because there's a mushroom hat? Yeah, correct. Hey, don't say that, Cox. That's very rude. We need copper scraps, screws, and where do I get copper scraps? Hanging gardens. pretty. Copper scraps. Flax. Copper scraps. Hello, Candy Gal. Hello. Hi, Candy. How are you? It's nice to see you. How are you? What were you playing? You were playing Loftia 2? Yay! Fellow Loftian! How do you like the game? Is this your first time playing it?
You beat too hard. I died.
Loftia's fun. Yeah, it is. I'm having fun with it. It was my first time. It's my first time too. I was lucky enough to get into the partner program, which gave me a key. I don't know how to get copper pieces. Copper scraps, that's what I need. How the heck do I get that? I got confused a couple times because I have a habit of not reading the screen. Oh yeah, yeah. Sometimes I forget to read. I'm like, wait, what? That's probably why I don't know where to get copper scraps. They probably told me, but I didn't pay attention. Well, the Grove. If you need to raid and run, please do so and get some rest. Break. Home decor crisis. Unpin that. Unpin that. Ask Kun for help. I could do this. Carpentry station. Wait, where is this taking me? Is it taking me to the hot air balloon? Let's see. Give that to me. Ah, it is taking me. I guess we can craft the carpentry station because I have no idea how to get copper scraps. Maybe I need to upgrade my hammer? Oh, apparently I've gotten them before. Hold on. Copper scraps are found in the Hanging Gardens village. Okay. Hanging Gardens village. That doesn't really help. Like, What do they mean by village? Like, I see nothing listed as village. The hanging gardens found in the village. Windmill Island. If I zoom in, will it tell me? Beacons aren't that helpful. They don't really show off like a beam of light like in Minecraft or like in any other MMO game. I feel like it would radiate like a big beam of where you're supposed to go, but it doesn't really do that. So I don't understand why there's like a ping system. Bamboo forest. I'm so glad you found this shrine. It honors Chansui, a figure wrapped in mystery, myth, and story. The Chansui loved one thing above all: steamed bamboo dumplings. Every day he carefully harvested bamboo and prepared his beloved delicacy, but one day the bamboo vanished. Heartbroken, Chansui vowed to protect the land, but one day the bamboo vanished. Heartbroken, Chansui vowed to protect the land and help it grow back. From that promise, he became the guardian spirit of the bamboo forest, watching over it for all who come after. As you stand here, may you feel his care for the land. I know I do. Nifty. The grove. The village. Mushroom. Can I not? I guess I have to unlock this before I can do anything. Let's go to Kun. Oh, I was gonna do this. Okay. Salvaging. %. XP. Cooking, fishing. Fish by 20% faster. Okay. Let's go back to our house and craft the carpentry. No. The second upgrade to our crafting bench. That's what we need. That's what we needed the copper for. Maybe I should sell some cotton. I might have too much. Okay, upgrade available. I need 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I need a battery. Battery. Mushroom leather. 5 portobello mushrooms. Okay. Where can we get more mushrooms? I think that, Loftia City. I think the area that we get fiber in probably has mushrooms. Where that area is, it's a giant waterfall. Giant waterfall. Ooh, who are you? What do you want? Greetings, Mashi. Funny how the best adventures start with a simple crossing of paths, isn't it? I'm Ryder, by the way. I spend most of my days charting the skies beyond Loftia, setting up research posts on distant islands. Have you noticed the skies have been acting up lately? Not the skies. We lost contact with the research islands. So I'm looking for some brave recruits to help me get back there. Appreciate if you joined us. Our first mission is to recover the scrambled coordinates across Loftia. I need 5 of those coordinates. Oh, cool. Oh, I got pants. Max. Mushrooms, mushrooms, mushrooms. So I'm gonna need like a lot of portobello. That's where that's where I come from. That's where I came from. That is where I came from. Whee. More. Ooh, that's good. No, there's a mushroom up there. I missed it. Frogs. Frogs. Here. Nice. And here and here. Oh, nice. That's just what I needed. Another one? No. Okay. No, we want to go this way. Go home. E. My mic got messed up. Let me see if I can fix it. Is that better? I don't know what I just did. Apparently I removed some noise. Plant my carrots, I would like that. Okay. battery holds 10 charges. How about that? Customization. Yes! 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 Yay! It's so cute. I desperately need furniture though. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, what can I do now? It's a 1x1 guard. Yeah, I do need that. What did I desperately need? A carpentry table. Let's get more. Carpentry. Ooh. Ooh, cute. Look at it. Oh, that's adorable. Is that Gigi? I'm crafting it. Striped rug. Basic plush rug. The bed is just for show. You can't actually sleep in it. Collect 10 to receive 1 streetwear pants. Capable of holding 10 energy. A shard of jumbled data pointing at a location in the sky. Tell Estelle about the new decor. What's this? Inspire? Oh. I need 3 lettuce and 3 potatoes. 3 lettuce and 3 potatoes. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. I don't know. Oh, I guess Hazel is over at the other place. Oh my god, these are so cute. Cauliflower and mushroom. Cauliflower and mushroom. Cauliflower and the mushroom. I have to go all the way to the other area to get to the hanging gardens. It's not gonna let me there automatically. Where are we going? We're going here. Can I get... Oh, I need cauliflower. I'm just gonna buy like 10 cauliflower if I have enough. Where am I at? I have to talk to Kun. Oh. Build a cooking station, cook 2 meals, deliver 2 meals in the shipping bin. Fish are friends. Collect raton. feel like I should always be collecting rubber. Or tire. Okay, I have jute. I need more. That's flax. Two.
Did you start the rice?
It's probably done by now.
Okay.
Flax. Rattan. I'm struggling to find rattan. Rattan, 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 rattan. Level 2 for that. Bamboo. Is this gonna need... Yeah. Bamboo's tough. I don't know how a little pair of these little plier or pruners could cut through bamboo. Bees. Is it these? Yes, it's these. No, it's not these. This is jute. I don't need jute. I need rattan. Rattan. Wild berries. Oh, is this? It's these. It's these big plants right here. I'll be right back. I'm here. I went to get food. Excuse me. Thank you. Thank you for the welcome back. My collector rod. It's like a fishing rod, but it won't harm the fish. It'll... Oh. Plastic sheet. Can I get a plastic sheet? Get anything good? I got my high protein tuna rice bowl. It has tuna with lemon. I use canned tuna because it's kind of like a struggle meal. But I used canned tuna and I put lemon juice, soy sauce, sesame oil, furikake, soy sauce. Did I already say soy sauce? I mix it all together. Spicy mayo, I also mix spicy mayo in it. And then I stir it all together. And then I have my rice, and I cook edamame. Like a bag of frozen edamame. And then I cut up cucumber and bell pepper, avocado, and that's it. Green onion. I didn't make my egg, but it's whatever. Where is Hazel? I have so many cotton seeds. What was I gonna get? We need a plastic sheet. Complete the craft core bundle at the Big Lake Research Station to unlock this upgrade. Plastic discards. Plastic discards. Gigi, are you texting boys that you want to hang out? GG. Good. Oh, yes, yes. Me? Soldiering on, you know. What's going on? I haven't created anything truly new in ages. I feel like I've lost touch with the essence of beauty itself, unless you could show me Loftia through a fresh set of eyes and help me find my inspiration in its nature again.
That's awesome.
That scared me.
That's
I
awesome.
jumped.
That's awesome. Wow. That's awesome. That's awesome. That's awesome. You're gonna cause a ruckus? GG already causes a ruckus enough on his own. Smash everything. I am. Fugue Samurai, hello. Thank you for the follow. Smashy Maro. Yeah, that's me. I'm looking for plastic discards. You have a fucking ara sound for follows. Jesus. You didn't know that? Bruh. I've had that forever, Cox. I didn't know what else to put, so I put an ara sound. What the hell? Why would you unfollow just to follow? I quite like the art style of your model. It's so good. Thank you! This is a customizable model by... here you go. There you go. I quite like this model too. The style is very nice. Do I have plastic scraps? Plastic discards. Plastic discard, plastic discards. I like stuff. Do you? That's good, buddy. I do like stuff. But what kind of stuff are we talking? You have to be more specific than just stuff. I'm at work, so I can't chat very much, but I'll lurking supportively. You seem very cool. Thank you. Have a good day at work. You don't know how to make this. Ew, you know what was recommended on Twitch's homepage yesterday? I know, I saw that too, Shay. I was like, ugh. I was like, ugh. Yuck. Hold on. I'll mute. Not everyone likes the nom nom ASMR, and I have to be respectful. Plus, my mouth is like right next to the microphone. Where did Pumpkin go? Where did Pumpkin go? Oh, this is the wrong side. Yeah, this is the wrong side. Oh, she's playing Phasma. He's playing Division. And he's not angry, he just talks really loud. Sorry, I keep muting and stuffing my face. We're looking for Kasim. Oh, I wonder if these are boingy mushrooms. Huh. Oops. plaques. Oh. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit! Oh my god! Jesus Christ. Okay. That's a very unique mini game for fishing. I like it. I'm glad it's not just like press one button and you get the fish. I like that it's a mini game. Show your collector rod to Cassim. I see, so if you get the light green, you get the fish automatically, but if you get the dark green, you have to do it 3 times. Algae. Oh, I didn't catch that fish though, so it doesn't count. Ugh. Donate to World Project. Whee! Plank. Plastic sheet metal plate. Plastic sheet metal plate. Atlantic salmon. Just JJ's making you in Tomodachi life and you're looking super cute. I wanna see! I wanna see. Tell JJ to send me a picture. Rin showed me her Tomodachi life, me, and it was freaking adorable. Did I get that? Allergy. I do like the fishing. Copper scraps, nice. I like how everything in this game is useful. Like, you get scraps. Oh, that's not just scraps. I can use that. That's important. Nice. I would like a leafy dragon fish though. Algae. I love fishing in video games. We want... Oh, that hat is really cute. Yay! I caught one. Now I can turn it into this. Metal plate, plastic sheet. Let Kassam know you did science. I did science. contribution bin. Oh my god, look at me, JJ, she's so cute. She's so cute. Dating preferences, male, female, non-binary, truth. Very cute, I love her. Dang it. I think you can only get Alice shads here. Okay, so the research stations are marked, so... Fishing proficiency? Are you kidding me? No more Alice shads. Please, I'm begging you. Oh my god, I'm gonna go sell them all. Hi, Dran. I'm playing Loftia. I should probably craft another chest. That would probably be helpful. Oops. Take all. Okay, so wait, it doesn't matter if you have more than one chest, you... Plastic sheets. JJ is not obligated to make you cocks. But maybe if you said please. Research. I suppose I can make a cooking bench. Cooking, 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 cooking. Cooking, 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 cooking. A box where you put away items for neighbors and friends to grab. Wow, that's nice. I like that. Adobe. Adobe. Probably clay. Clay is refined into Adobe. How much do I need? Cooking station. Scrap Adobe 2. 2 Adobe.
so hot.
Crafting. Oh, I have to reach level 6? What level am I right now? 5? No, I didn't. I was eating my food again. I'm done with my food, so I won't be muting. This thing. Whoa, it's a stormin'. It's a stormin'. Atlantic sturgeon. Algae. Oh, I didn't sell all my fish that I wanted to sell. Oopsie. Maxed out on fiber. Am I maxed out on rubber tires? I'm not. Posture check. No, I want a shrimp. I'm comfy. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Contribution bins right here. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I got myself stuck. Please. I'm stuck. Bloop. It's a little hard to... What the heck did I get? Oh, sturgeon. I am a sturgeon. What in the... I like how they're all lined up. This is a salmon. Mm-hmm. This one is definitely gonna be a sturgeon. Nope, algae.
I am a surgeon. I am a surgeon. I am a surgeon. I am a surgeon. Dr. Hahn, I am a surgeon.
Oh. Thanks, Shay. No, find the sturgeon one, not the surgeon one. I want to see I am a sturgeon. That will never escape my mind every time I see the word sturgeon. Salt! Now I can spice up my food with some salt. Make it spicy. Yay, sturgeon! That show, I remember it. Is it still going? I have no idea. Hey Google. Is The Good Doctor still airing?
No, The Good Doctor is no longer airing new episodes. The series concluded with its 7th season finale on May 21st, 2024.
There you go. There you go. 2024. Wow, it ended in 2024.
One last chance to maintain your dignity and leave my office. Now. Because if I have to call security, you understand that I'm also gonna have to fire you.
It's 2026, Nya.
I am a surgeon. I am a surgeon. I am a surgeon. I am a surgeon. Dr. Hahn, I am a surgeon.
Oh my god. She's cute. Community farming. Five minutes before the hour. I think I'm gonna end stream there. I had a lot of fun though. It was a lot of fun. I'm gonna take you to someone else who's playing Loftia. I'm making a lion room. Cute. I wanted to raid someone who is doing Loftia. Loftia. I'll raid this person. Goodbye. Goodbye. Thank you for hanging out with me. I'll see you on the next stream. Maybe I'll stream tomorrow or Friday. Some Pragmata. Bye bye.